Et salut tout le monde, on se retrouve pour la suite de The Forgotten City. Vraiment un excellent jeu pour le moment. J'attends de voir la suite et comment ça se termine, mais vraiment pour le moment c'est une excellente découverte. Du coup, en tant que récapitulatif, qu'est-ce qu'on a vu On a vu que... qu'est-ce qu'on a vu? Je sais même plus. Ah oui, il fallait retourner voir ceux qui nous ont enfermés là.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, sounds serious. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
D'accord. C'est comme ça, je pensais qu'il fallait que je le fasse moi-même, mais du coup je peux envoyer quelqu'un le faire, ça c'est cool. Ça empêche la première...
Oh, you're here. I'm so... And I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, there's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. What was that? Some kind of joke? I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So...
Merde.
All right. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold grey.
Alors j'en étais où? Une large queue pour brasser la bière, une couche d'insectes noix à la surface. Ça c'est pas étonnant. Fiole, iront les temps. Ah! Si je le vole... Après j'ai pas encore essayé, mais je me demande si je peux pas piquer des trucs, déclencher la règle d'or et vite partir pour prendre le portail. Parce que dans ce cas là ça marcherait pas. Théophilus est livré à une... Ah, ok, ça on a déjà lu. Là je suis pas allé je crois. Ah what? Attendez. Trouvez-moi. Et oui voilà, donc c'est ça, il y a bien une statue. Merde, je sais pas où je suis, je sais pas où je vais. C'est la dernière bouteille de vin de toute la cité. Je sais pas où je suis. Plaque romaine portant une inscription en latin, Pluton, père des richesses. Ah, ça doit être la plaque de sculpture en bois d'un symbole de poisson, il semblerait que c'est d'origine religieuse. C'est où qu'on avait vu un poisson déjà? Il y avait un endroit où il y avait un poisson, je me rappelle plus où c'est. Là on a encore ce poisson. Disque en pierre, oui il y avait un disque en pierre quelque part comme ça, je sais plus où c'était. Pierre gravée d'un symbole de poisson, il semblerait qu'elle soit de nature religieuse. Ouais, je sais. Elle est verrouillée. Ceci dit, je peux aller de l'autre côté en passant par là-haut, je pense. La seule question, c'est qu'est-ce qui se passe une fois que je suis de l'autre côté, quoi. Est-ce que je suis bloqué? Est-ce que ça passe? Est-ce que ça passe pas? Merde. Voler? Pourquoi voler? C'est du pain. Je vole à qui? Je suis où là? Ah, c'est là où justement je suis allé par là. J'ai besoin de votre aide, mais je veux bien t'aider, mais je sais pas quitter. J'ai peur qu'en fait il faille, c'est au moment où la règle d'or se déclenche qu'il faille trouver une personne qui parle, quoi. Parce que vu qu'ils ont les yeux qui s'allument, ils peuvent à peu près bouger. Je me demande s'il n'y a pas un truc comme ça. Il fallait que je retourne voir l'autre aussi pour qu'il me file la clé. Merde, c'était où? Le vieux enfermé là. Au théâtre, un enfoncement à droite, puis encore à droite, c'était pas ça? Parce qu'il y avait ça. Première à droite et encore à droite. Mais là, je peux pas y aller. Ah, mais c'est une archère? Non? Auquel cas, ça veut dire qu'il faut que j'y aille pendant la règle d'or. Enfin, après que la règle d'or soit... Ça, elle sort, je vais là-bas. Je pense que ça doit être ça. Ça c'est les archères en fait. Femme à cheveux longs. Toi.
Hello? Hello? You're going to... Oh. You're mean.
Non. Merde. Fallait pas que je dise ça, putain. Faudrait que je revienne plus tard. Je voulais pas le dire méchamment, je voulais dire juste après. Je voulais juste te dire. A priori. Pardon. Si c'est fait enfermer, c'est qu'il y avait peut-être une raison. Et je voulais en discuter. Mais là c'est juste. Je considère que c'est. Voilà, je l'accuse directement. Non, c'est pas le cas. Alors, il est où l'autre enfoiré là? C'est lui. Il va parler avec.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Shiny.
That's why I've got to get in
Salve and
first
welcome.
before someone else beats me to it.
There's not much to tell. I mostly... I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first... I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air, but after about a day in a carriage on the Appian, I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trap. I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables. And Lucretia, my friend Georgius, is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these are... Well, I'm just saying. Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but... Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people... You're funny. I bet my friend Georgius will like you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter up. He'll be just across the forum in his... All right.
Name's Rufius. Number 1. Can't talk long, but family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time. Same way as everyone. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it and... If you were a deal... Nobody is supposed to know about that. Look, I haven't been at my best. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me. And you want to help me. Do what Lucretia hasn't.
J'ai quelque chose pour te soulager en fait.
If I did. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from the... Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these... Of course I... No idea what you're talking... Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even... No. What about... Willowbark? Finally, some relief. I've been... in a lot of pain lately. It was too much. See you around.
Attends, il m'en doit une.
Oh. No. Fine, but no more. See you.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth. Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bu... Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little... confused. Certainly. All right. Very well. Very well.
Je vais le piquer, je pense. Dès que c'est le bordel.
Ah, a new face. Salve.
C'est déjà vu.
Well, nice to talk. Welcome back. Well, I'm head. You wouldn't. They are much worse, but once you get used to the fear. Nice to.
Prêtresse.
A new face. Arvid. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me. Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? Yes, I also had such an What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend... It's as I feared. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger? And did you happen... I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Ah là-haut, je peux pas aller, non? Ah si, bah si, c'est le palais. Pas de chasseuse ici. Ah si, il est là.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met here. Look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it. Only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N.
Putain, c'est le stick, c'est Charon.
Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I
Je suis
take
plus
it you know
ordinateur.
what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so that was my first thought too. In the old story, but it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would... Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferryman named... It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greek. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to have... You say you saw a young woman named... And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if you're... Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us, and that might explain why we... No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it. If we don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its... Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options. To confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way... It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the... All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is... You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh! That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the... As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Are you telling me that you... I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means. So, if you want to confront him, who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same... But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the Great The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be... I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, it looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing... It's the towering stone monument.
J'en ai une de plaque,
You'll find
3
them
quoi.
all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style. Roman. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. I don't know.
but perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken first. Proserpina. What we do know about her is, it's said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her. If the stories are true, then I suppose the problem is, how do we communicate with her? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those. Truly? And you're only bringing... Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Nick. Can you tell me more? Is it the same? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps, if she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid it. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead... That is strange. There are no rivers here. Right, because the current flows into the city through the aqueduct, and I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the great... You might be able to get a key from the magistrate, but if that doesn't work, perhaps you can find another... Let me know if you find anything... Alright, I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. In any case, time is of... May Fortuna guide you.
Ah. Livia, c'est la vieille un peu folle, non? Oui, si, c'est ça. Elle est juste là, je vais pas sauter par là, je vais perdre la vie. Non, là, il y a un problème. C'était là. Oh, il y avait ça aussi où je suis pas allé. Je voulais savoir ce que c'était. Ah! Ça m'amène ici, d'accord. Parce qu'effectivement, ici, il y a ça que j'aimerais récupérer. Et là-bas, il y a quelque chose aussi. Je sais pas comment y aller. Non, je vais l'attendre. C'est pas la dernière bouteille de vin, mais que c'est la deuxième que je trouve. Ok. Là, niveau denier, je suis pas mal. Ah, oh, qu'est-ce que c'est? Ah non. Ah, attendez. C'est quoi l'histoire des œufs doigts d'or là? Il y avait un truc comme ça à un moment donné, je m'en rappelle plus. Je sais plus pourquoi c'est. Au moins on a des œufs doigts d'or. Est-ce qu'il faut que je convertisse la pomme en or? Je peux pas la prendre. Ça a marché. Je peux pas la ramasser. C'est con ça. Attends, arrête de sauter comme ça. Tu peux pas juste monter sur elle? De votre aide. Ouais, mais tu veux pas me dire où t'es plutôt? Parce que là, comme ça, je peux pas trop t'aider. Je manque un peu d'informations. Tu ne voleras point, tu ne voleras pas autrui, tu ne... Tous les gens, j'entends, on n'a pas pu terminer ce qu'il est en train de... Ça, il faut que j'attende la règle d'or, que j'aille là-bas, je suis sûr, certain. Obligé. Alors, ce qui m'emmerde, c'est que j'ai eu des clés. J'ai eu beaucoup d'items. Enfin, j'ai 3000. J'hésite à acheter la truc à l'autre. Registre des citoyens. Ok, note de Stina. Ah voilà, j'ai la clé du palais. Clé du coffre du sanctuaire d'Apollon, ça je vois pas ce que c'est. Black Roman, on est bon.
Just as the ocean but it does say it. Then it is I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I had to tell myself it was true over and over again. Until I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I found comfort in reciting the metamorphoses, but he gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. I will do my best to remember the relevant. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any pop. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the root, others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Je peux regarder les quêtes par contre, c'est vrai que point de départ, créer un paradoxe temporel. Après Sentus, je me ferai catapulter vers ma propre époque si je parviens à créer un paradoxe. Il faudra que je change le cours de l'histoire pour que ma présence dans le passé devienne impossible. Par exemple, Sentus dit que si j'empêche le péché qui enfreint la règle d'or, alors il ne créera pas le portail et il me sera impossible d'atterrir dans le passé. Donc ça il faut que je... Oui, ok, donc là il faut que je dise qui, mais je sais pas encore qui c'est. Et puis récupérer les 4 plaques, ça il faut qu'on trouve. Découvrir qui c'est qui est arrivé à Sentilla, je sais pas encore. Palais du point d'évasion de Sentilla à Sentia. Oui, c'est vrai que ça il faut que je le fasse. Demander des indices sur la disparition de Sentilla aux habitants de la ville. Là, oui, ok. Voler la résine sur le stand de Decius. Oui, ça oui. Trouver un moyen de forcer Maelus à se retirer de l'élection. Trouver un moyen de pénétrer dans la villa de Maleus. Dire à Lucretia comment soigner les rhumatismes. C'est de l'écorce de sol. Ça a déjà fait. Ah merde, je suis con. Il en restait. Découvrir comment accéder à la citerne supérieure. Trouver un moyen gratuitement d'atteindre. Demander Sentius la clé de la citerne supérieure. Convaincre Rufius d'arrêter de menacer Virgile. Trouver la plaque grecque, ouais.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my... Back again. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was... I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want... The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then... All right.
Ça c'est la chambre de qui ça? Domitius. C'était en haut. Il me semble que c'était en haut. Là, peut-être. C'était où le truc de Maelus, le Maelus là, en face? Je me rappelle plus, alors c'était là. Ça j'ai déjà lu. J'ai déjà lu. Ah, attendez, c'est où? C'est là. Hein. C'est ici qu'il faudra que j'aille. Merde. Je vais aller voir Sentia vite fait. C'était par... Là, je sais plus à quoi ça sert d'aller là. Je suis jamais allé ici, non? Je crois pas. Il n'y a rien d'être allé ici.
Harvey, we're finally alone. Is that? Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is now. I assume you sought me out again. I think it's best if I hang on to it. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access? I'm sorry, but Sextus Sentius Imperio. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry. It's a cavalry officer. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the port. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here. I went looking for my horse, and I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation. They're supposed to be annual, but unfortunately, it just seems to... Very well. If I did, I've had plenty of time. I've always... Our survival and prosperity have... Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. The real enemy in this place is not the Golden Rule, but I trust that... You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places... Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you, that is not the case. It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and, most important, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man... Ask then. Good. Thank you.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians... Oh, you... What? Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never... But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Julia let slip she was planning and you should go and speak with her. Find out if...
Fear is proof of a What is it, citizen? All right?
Ouais.
Harvey.
Hey, you're not thinking
Tu
about
vois,
going
si,
into the
si,
city,
j'envisage
are you?
totalement d'y aller, j'ai un arc en or.
Whoa.
sûrement par là qu'on va y aller. Senja Def. Est-ce qu'il y a des trucs dans l'eau? Là, il y avait qu'une créature, elle est morte ou il y en a d'autres? C'est ça que je me demande. Attendez, mais ça c'est quoi? C'est pas où je suis arrivé, non? Créature humanoïde émancée, éclaboussée d'or, elle semble s'être fait écraser en entrant dans la cimetière depuis la cave. D'accord, donc elles se sont échappées par la cave du palais pour venir ici. C'est comme ça qu'il y en a eu une qui est restée en liberté. D'accord. Alright. La question c'est est-ce qu'il y en a d'autres? A priori non. Je sais, mais rien n'est sûr. Par contre je peux aller ici. Et donc atteindre la citerne. Et atteindre la citerne supérieure. Voilà, d'accord. Même ici, on n'est pas à l'abri de se faire attaquer par les bousins. Là, dès que la règle d'or va être enfreinte. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres monstres? Ça, c'est Sentia, je pense. Enfin, Sentia là-bas. J'imagine. Mais qui c'est qui l'a enfermé?
You. Who are you? You're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes. I'm Centella. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll cast. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. I don't know. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck. Even. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. There won't be enough time. Just you. There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? What? No. It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, You're making a mistake.
Ok. Bon, on a trouvé, donc on vient d'apprendre que c'est Sentus, en fait son père qui a fait ça. Quelle ordure lui aussi. Et par contre, si je la libère, elle va aller le tuer. Et ça, c'est un problème. Ok. Bon, on en a appris pas mal. C'est pour ça qu'il nous... Ok. Bon, on garde cette information pour l'instant de côté. On verra après ce qu'on en fait. Mais Je peux pas. Je sais pas si le monstre repop à chaque fois ou pas. Ok, bon, c'est le bordel en fait. Il y a tout le monde qui fait n'importe quoi et tout le monde s'en sort là. C'est quoi ce délire là? La règle d'or, elle est un peu. C'est un peu. Comme chacun veut quoi, c'est n'importe quoi. Je vais tomber. Super.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens.
On va lui parler, on va respecter un peu. Que oui, dehors. On va faire compromettant dans son sujet. Julie a servi sur ma vie, c'est Claudia, soyez maudits. Le temps que vous disiez ceci, je serais déjà morte, que je préfère mourir plutôt que vous servir un jour de plus dégoûtant, picorer votre foi, tartare de l'éternité. Bouteille de ciguë, poison mortel qui sent le moisi. Comme le rite de souris. Ah putain, elle s'est suicidée. Elle s'est empoisonnée elle-même. Une puce à son amant perdu, que Dieu veille sur vous. Sachez que j'ai tenu le plus longtemps possible, mais sans vous, la vie n'a pas de sens. J'espère que nous vous retrouverons. Gan et Eden. Ah, parfait.
You have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could... My marital affairs are no... I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to... Preferably the way you came in. I think it's a... Finally, this is outrageous.
J'ai rien trouvé de compromettant à son sujet, si ce n'est qu'elle s'est suicidée à cause de...
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember how... Well, why have you risked life and... My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural... Well, I am not suffering from any... That's quite all right. I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption... I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city. These good people have suffered long enough under sentient... By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploit... Wait, don't tell me you've fallen The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove... Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already. Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could... What? Oh, I see what's happening here. I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city. True, but that is... I'm afraid not. You mean... Are you insane? Why would I... Don't talk nonsense. There's no... How could you...
Si je fais ça, j'ai peur qu'il le fasse tuer, que ça déclenche la règle d'or.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure... And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him. Now, get out of here!
C'est quoi ce bruit? Ça va pas tarder. Mais ça fait 1 heure que tu fais, ça fait des années que tu me dis ça. Alors pénétrer dans les grottes derrière le théâtre. Puis tourner à droite au premier embranchement ainsi qu'au second. C'est derrière le théâtre. Donc, derrière le théâtre. Et réfléchis.
No idea. Look, it's the rheumatism. It starts with... I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I'm going to go and clean up the...
Salve. Welcome back. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? Have you Really? How did you... Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you ask. Nice to talk.
Ouais, j'ai tellement envie de le rouler maintenant là, comme ça c'est fait. Ouais. Je prends ça, bam. Je m'en vais.
Whatever's in that great temple up there. Hello there, friend. Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you... Now you're talking, I'm interested. Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? It's not the bow of Ulysses. All right. But I'm going to need you to tell me before... Wait. Let's not be too hasty, friend. I just want a little... I suppose you're right. All right, here's your money. Now, the location... What? But I already knew that. I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in her own shrine would break the golden... You promised to tell me where I could get one of my own. What is this? Don't even talk to me.
Shiny.
Pourquoi on entend frotter assez à côté?
What are you doing? She needs the... It's too late. No. You made it into the... Willow back. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? Thank you. I'm Sure. What do you... how did you know that? Yes, she did mutter something about the... Do you really want to know? Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. Gladly.
Je peux pas lui dire qu'elle s'est suicidée. Bon, j'ai gagné 5000 deniers, ça c'est pas mal, c'est pratique.
Ah, a fellow traveler from Greeting. My friend, your words in... And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgios the Roman. I accept the world is wrong, but my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the stick. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than... he cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that... And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you. Please, let us live the life. Very well, but the magistrate would not look. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the god. Each day, I leave offerings of food, in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return... The offering, it is symbolic, you see. It is not. So I ask, who? Or stranger still? Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in. But do you know? Nothing! Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was... When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. You went in? It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
Ah, c'est
I
Kabash.
think you should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be... But you do not strike me.
D'accord, donc c'est Kabash qu'on voit là-bas. Temple de Déméter. Là. Donc c'est Kabash. Et lui il a découvert, il a beaucoup d'informations par contre, c'est ça qui est bizarre. Visiblement il sait qui a fait appliquer la règle d'or, etc. Donc, on va aller discuter avec lui maintenant qu'on en a pas un peu plus.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome. It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my Tell me. Ah, yes, that cursed. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. The one thing I long for above all else before I die. Let us find out with... Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come... Now, will you join me in a friend... Good enough for me? Would you say you know the difference between right... You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. There's problem. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely... Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you see out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable. Because our mistakes rarely had... So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. And yet still find a way to... But under the golden rule, morality matters. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between... So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every... Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right... So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating them. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, what would it take for you to eat your dead? Aghast, then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, what would it take for you to burn your dead? Nothing. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe. I take it you're in agreement? Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such...
C'est pas mal, c'est pas mal.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for any rule. You can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended, and those situations are... If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them.
Ça c'est complètement vrai.
In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no... I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old... You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the... I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain... So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from hate. They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to... I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades... I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by... Some from malnutrition, others... It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I had not seen another person in... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish... And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. Like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Ha! If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash... I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that... Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of... And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them... I'm getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque, bearing an Egyptian We had no idea until years later. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cave. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than it. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's. There are certain things you must see. Take this key. You'll need it to open.
D'accord.
I enjoyed our chat.
J'ai la clé des catacombes. Est-ce que j'ai envie d'y aller maintenant? Déjà on va faire ça. Tu m'as dit qu'il était hostile, ça veut dire quoi? Je vais faire tuer ou c'est pas ce qu'on... Mais du coup ça veut dire qu'ici je crains rien. Je peux pas me faire buter par les... Merde. Dire ce que j'ai dit. J'aille tout là-bas, je passe tout le tour. Je me dis à un moment donné il va y en avoir un sur le côté, c'est sûr et certain. Et donc je comprends pas comment l'autre il s'en est sorti si même ici elles sont arrivées les furies là. Lui il bouge. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? À quoi je me suis aventuré là? Il y en a plus qu'un qui bouge en fait. 170. Allez, venez les filles. D'où ils sortent ces trucs en fait? Ah, je peux passer par en haut, d'accord. C'était le moyen pour esquiver tous les trucs. J'entends. Putain. pas vu. Toi aussi t'en es un. Ici. Oh, il y a l'air d'en avoir de partout, mais le problème c'est pas tant ça, c'est que surtout là ça va bientôt arriver, la règle d'or. Je vais me retrouver à un endroit vraiment pas propice. Là pour regagner la surface, ça va être un enfer. Bouge pas lui, hein, on est d'accord. Ah et là c'est fermé, d'accord. En fait j'aurais pu juste simplement passer par là et je me serais pas fait attaquer. Oui, ils auraient voulu m'attaquer mais j'aurais pas pu passer. Par contre, est-ce que là il n'y a rien? Je suis pas sûr qu'il y ait rien. Ouais, Kabash. Par contre, comment lui il a survécu à tous les bestiaux là?
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek. Trousers, boots, curie. That is welcome news. You really... I was planning to return it myself, but here, take it and
Merci.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit. You may not. In fact, I am about, because it speaks a treacherous. I will tell you, but first, do you know? Indeed, and I see you know our. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Ke. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld. So, my only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and this. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bear. It would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper. You will never know. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. Now, the thing of evil you sought is... I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. Since the Romans had taken over when the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sink. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said it did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. Do to the doer to make him do. I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. All I know is... Is everyone so contrary where... Good. Be gone. Wait. You are planning to... I urge you, return to this...
Il me semble évident que je vais y aller. Hein. Surtout maintenant que je suis là. Alors, le problème c'est que je sais pas si j'ai beaucoup de temps devant moi. Est-ce que c'est plus prudent de repartir? Est-ce que c'est plus prudent de... Je sais pas.
Beware the children of Amit.
Beware aux enfants d'Amot. D'accord, tu es en train de me dire qu'en fait c'est infesté de zombies, c'est ça? Oh putain, l'angoisse. Un créature à tête d'un homme, le corps d'un taureau et des ailes, l'évolution. Il s'agit peut-être de cumul tabac, la malaga, il s'est réveillé lorsqu'il s'est réveillé plus tard. C'est bon, tu peux dire contre les furies, on sait maintenant ce que c'est quelque chose et de quoi ils ont peur. Je peux pas y aller là, tiens. C'est étrange, ok. Je veux bien m'en aller sur des merci. Est-ce que je veux aller là ou est-ce que je veux aller là-bas? Je sais pas si je suis bloqué parce que j'ai pas le droit d'y aller ou si je suis bloqué parce que je suis mal placé. Ok, donc il y a des pièges. Pourquoi beaucoup, ça je sais pas. Il y a des pièges. J'ai pas beaucoup de temps devant moi, ça me stresse. Là, ok, j'arrive ici, mais est-ce qu'il y a un autre moyen d'arriver ici? Là, si je suis le chemin tout droit, ça fait quoi? Là, je peux pas, d'accord. Faut absolument passer par là. Ce qui est bizarre, c'est que je vois pas de... Je vois pas de furie, quoi. Pas du tout de furie, du coup je sais pas si... Oui, ils se sont fait transformer en or.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a... You will die. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if, why should I let you live after you salvage?
Si une chose peut être détruite par elle, mérite d'être détruite.
Why? To what end? But why? What business could you... Blasphemous fool! You have... Good. I welcome. The philosopher told me that I can only...
The many shall suffer
Merde.
the sins of the one.
J'ai plus de vie, Fada. Allez, monte. Parlez-moi, dites-moi quelque chose. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Je suis où? Je vais où? Non, là c'est pas rouge, putain. D'accord, c'est là qu'il faut que j'aille. Pas. Non, c'est là-bas. Merde, putain. C'est l'angoisse en plus où je suis là. Je vais quand même tenter peut-être d'aller récupérer ce qui me manque. Allez, monte, on n'a pas le temps de se quand même. Je vais essayer, putain, c'était où? C'est à droite. Je vais piquer le truc à l'autre, déjà sur le chemin. Je vais tenter. Je sais pas du tout ce que ça va donner. Ce qui est bien, c'est que je récupère de la vie. Je peux respirer. Allez. Hop, save. C'est celui-là. C'est bon, hein. C'est la guerre, on touche pas couler. Putain. C'est ici. Reviens là. Non. C'est qui m'a tiré dessus, putain, il y en a un derrière. Oh, c'est la galère. C'est la galère. faire une sauvegarde ici, ce sera plus facile. Putain, c'est laquelle? C'est celle-là, non? Je crois que c'est celle-là. Et s'il y a quoi là-dedans? Y'a que dalle. Ça pour ça. Je m'en vais, au revoir, au revoir. Ah non, 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 putain, il fallait que je ramasse le... Je pense qu'il fallait que je le vole, lui. Je récupère la clé sur lui. Il était mort, de toute façon, c'était bon. Ah putain, quel con. Bon, ok, on a pas mal avancé quand même sur le truc.
Salve. Well, sounds... All right, let me see. Stop. Poor Virgil. I'll go.
Ok, donc lui, je peux lui filer des tâches à faire. Ça, c'est plutôt pratique quand même. On va pas se mentir. Toi, il va falloir que je te parle sans que je te vexe. Ça va être compliqué.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you'd... And I hope I'm not being too forward, but there's a light in your eyes I've never seen. Oh, I see. You prefer the company of men. I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. You know, normally I'd expect you turns. I guess that went right over your head. As a matter of... I'm happy to tell you all about it. So... Well, I can't tell you... I'm impressed. Didn't take... And now for my end of the...
Sérieuse là?
This is hemlock. Drink this and your life will be over in no... Congratulations. Sorry, that deal's a... I offered to sell you a way out, and I did. And I should know. This isn't exactly the first time I've made... And break the golden rule. There's a reason everyone else who bought my way out is... Workers, do you know what you've done?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
C'est juste une menace, je n'ai pas le faire. C'est pas grave. Au moins on va pouvoir récupérer la clé sur Sentius et redémarrer là. C'est pour ça que j'ai compris. Alright. Ah merde, putain, mais non. Qu'est-ce que tu fais là, toi? Coucou. Eh oh. Oh. Eh. Elle vise la tête en plus. Hein. Pas que. J'ai pas vu comment il s'est fait tuer en fait. Aucun objet, merde, il a aucun objet sur lui, c'est bizarre ça. Comment ça se fait qu'il ait aucun objet? Il aurait dû avoir la clé pourtant. Reprenons.
Salve. Oh. All right. I'll go.
Reprenons.
Oh, you're here. And there's a light in your eye.
J'ai bien envie de faire ça, mais...
Coming on a bit. I take... Let's just... All right. All right.
C'est pas du tout... Mais ok. En fait, j'ai rien à en tirer.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
Their traits, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean, but say that he and now we
Là, je suis allé et il y avait rien. Après, j'ai pas essayé de choper le cadavre. C'est bizarre qu'il n'y ait rien comme ça. Bon, en tout cas, j'ai la plaque. Cette principale. Je peux pas, elle, dégommer la flotte dans la flotte, non? Ça aurait été pratique.
Thank you, Valerius. You're a good man, and I'll be sure to be particular.
What are you doing in here? She needs the red. What? Yulia? Yulia. Hopefully in a moment she should be able... That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself, and maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when... In the meantime, I'm happy... I wish some people just... should... Glad... That's...
Oh, it's you. Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please. The Golden Rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are... Please, just... Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can... All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years, so she suggested I take out a loan for... I'm not proud of it, but yes, I was surprised he agreed to it, to be honest. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her... You figured it out already. I wish I'd been so astute. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black... She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, in fact, he just thanked her. And that's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for the... I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. He locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral. And his wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour... Those two took everything from me. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over, but it seems I messed that up. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort only this time. I won't be able to lull myself. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's... If so, I'd never be able to live with myself. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined.
May Apollo keep you safe.
C'est vrai, comment je vais aller là? Faire tout le tour là, je vais y arriver. Quand elle disait j'aurais jamais le temps, je pense qu'elle avait raison. Ouais, il faut qu'en fait dès le début j'aille là, je passe un tour. J'ai quand même essayé, hein, mais je pense que c'est pas possible. Tant que j'arrive, il sera bon. Ceci dit, là, tout à l'heure j'ai mis du temps à y aller, il était encore vivant. Peut-être que... Et non, ça redevient putain de ça, par contre c'est embêtant. Ce que je peux regarder, c'est est-ce qu'il y a toujours la... Ah oui, il y a toujours la bourse, donc en fait je peux récupérer en boucle L'argent, en fait, je peux avoir 1 milliard d'argent.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's the idea.
What? Why?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fate.
I'm sorry, but I just don't.
Please, Ulpia, help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Thank you. And
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how... I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in... I'll be stuck slaving away for that culus cumulatis. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't... Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. That was not your fault. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Attendez, what? Il y a un trou maintenant dans la maison? Donc voilà les plaques manquantes. Donc c'est ça, c'est ici que je vais rentrer. Très bien. Là-bas c'est le palais avec tous les zombies. Là on en est où exactement? Normalement j'ai 3 plaques sur 4. Voilà, il m'en manque une. 1, 2, 3, pardon. Il m'en manque une, j'ai ça pour sauver l'autre qui a été fait. Donc il faut que je sauve Ulpius, je sais pas quoi. Trouver la plaque grecque. Et qui m'a recommandé de commencer Georgius, c'est le seul habitant grec. Interroger Julie aussi. Ah oui, c'est Julie qui l'a, c'est vrai. Trouver un moyen de forcer Malleus de se retirer de l'élection. Ouais, il faut que je trouve une preuve associant Malleus à Kingsius. Ça, j'en sais rien. De toute façon, on sait qui c'est Malleus le responsable. C'est complètement Malleus le responsable. Ok, donc en fait j'ai or et flèche infinie. Juste à recommencer la boucle à chaque fois et c'est bon. D'accord. Bon. Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
May
Citizen.
Apollo keep you safe. A new fate. Oh my. That is... Let's see. If that is indeed the case, we don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about Hercules, the demigod and son of... Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength.
Ça, c'est la première chose que je vais
Sisyphus
faire.
and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess
Là, il
of
faut
the
que je
underworld,
trouve Perséphone
to
pour
help them
qu'elle
escape.
m'aide à partir.
And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide who led him through a secret
En
gate.
gros, c'est les 4 fins
So
possibles,
it
si j'ai bien
seems
compris.
you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head on, or May for
Ouais, sauf que le guide, ça peut être qui le guide? Ah, il fallait que je voie Julie. Ouais, on va récupérer la 4ème plaque.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
Save.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? But... well... if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't... like... Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. I don't think he likes me. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be... Go. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise. All I remember is he said something about assistance. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And
Et Galerius, c'est pas celui qui est enfermé dans le... avec l'autre folle là?
My friend Hannibal, he said he gave all I remember. Now nobody... My name...
Il devait pas me donner la clé, lui?
Galerius already tried. Like, Galerius, if you help make him magistrate, Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and... Bye-bye. Hello. Bye-bye.
Je sais pas du tout comment je vais faire. Galerius, d'accord, c'est bien celui que j'imagine ou pas du tout? Interroger Galerius au sujet, mais où je le trouve? Galerius, c'est qui? Trouver un moyen de forcer Galerius à retirer d'infection. Ouais, je sais pas comment récupérer les 4 plaques dérobées. Ah, mais je les vois là-bas, d'accord.
Salve. Hello there, friend. Wow. Now. Oh. All right. Wait. Here's your money. Now, the I can't. You What is it? I don't even...
Merci.
Shiny.
Fabia, c'est la boulangère.
Citizen.
Rufius.
Name's Ruf. No. No idea what you're talking. I'm going. No.
Mais comment non?
See you around.
Si, justement, merde, fais chier. Il dit non, mais je lui avais demandé de changer pour l'autre, il m'avait dit oui. Donc c'est qu'à un moment donné, il peut. Pourquoi Galérius? Ah non, Galérius, c'est lui, d'accord. Galérien.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? You're a bit like... Oh, Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Le truc de la pomme, c'est dans le lac, et le mec sur la roue, on l'a vu aussi quelque part. Hein. Est-ce qu'il est en train de dire que c'est pas eux les deux qui vont m'aider là?
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. You just focus on finding a way to break the cycle. Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy.
Parle-moi de ton élection.
Salvig, no. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like sense. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer, and I've never... I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's... And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll... And how could you... Oh, wait. You... Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, if you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate... All right, friend.
Sans jamais pouvoir l'atteindre. Ah, what? C'est énorme. What the fuck? C'est énorme. Donc j'avais pas rêvé. Il y a des moments où il tourne la tête. C'est fantastique. C'est léger. Viens attraper ce truc là. Je peux monter là-dessus. Faudrait que j'aille là-haut, là. Je sais pas comment, mais. Je sais pas s'il y a un moyen, je dis ça, mais c'est pas possible. Il y a une fleur tout en haut là qui paraît bizarre. Je vais aller voir. Je t'entends, mais je sais pas où t'es.
Citizen.
Je te parlerai après, on a deux choses qu'à se dire.
Oh, oh. Oh no. The question is, what? A skeleton? Oh gods. What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Sentilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone... But who? Who could have a reason... That is an extremely serious accusation. So this is just base. I've heard enough. Kindly keep your insane... Let me grieve my sister's...
Ah oui d'accord, ok. Bon toi on a 2 mois à se dire. C'est surprenant quand même que celui qui ait fait ça, mais... Ah, ou alors c'est plutôt parce que elle comptait s'enfuir, sauf que lui il veut pas tuer tout le monde, donc il a fait ça. Normalement c'est pas une ordure, donc c'est pour ça que ça paraît surprenant. Juste il avait fait appliquer la loi quoi qu'il arrive.
Seems rather brash, but ask then. Good. I think I'm sorry, but yes, our water supply from you. I wasn't born yet. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual for military, and I'm beginning to wonder if the...
Débile. Pourquoi je voudrais empoisonner tout le monde pour que tout le monde meure? Si je veux que tout le monde meure, il suffirait que je déclenche la règle d'or et c'est fini quoi. Parce que de toute façon, le simple fait de les tuer... Je me demande si vous seriez pas le coupable que nous cherchons depuis tout ce temps. Après, j'ai eu tort de passer de ma côté.
I'm glad to hear that. Of course, what... Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to the crux of it is this. To illustrate, If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no... The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed... So the fact that you are still here means someone is... Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue. Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? What? That's... I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this... Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I can't be seen to be involved in this, of course. You'd better not waste any time. And Meswada, good. Good.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now...
Domitius, come quickly. Well, this is outrageous. Do I need to call Domitius?
Que de l'or à rouler, putain. Je pense que je vais déclencher la règle d'or.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so... Of course not. But as I always say, if Sentius can't protect... Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says, of course, just to be clear, I take no... My name is... You... and I like... Unlikely, because it simply... Of course not. You've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Merde. Et ce qui est bizarre, c'est qu'en fait, je vais vous tuer, et avant même que je le tue, il me déclenche le truc, quoi. C'est n'importe quoi. Je peux passer par là. Lui, il est toujours en or ou pas? Ah oui, toujours en or. C'est pas ça qu'il faut faire pire. Vous m'entendez? Oui, je t'entends, mais tu es où? Je suis sûr qu'il faut faire ça en fait. C'est une fois la règle d'or. Une fois la règle d'or lancée que... Faut trouver celle qui murmure là, je sais pas quoi. À tous les coups. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Putain merde, je croyais qu'elle avait bugué, j'ai dit je me disais couler tout problème. Allez, on prend. On peut. On verra après. j'ai récupéré que des deniers, quoi, ça me sert à rien.
Sound. Oh. All right, then. You? Oh. I'll.
Allez, moi je pense voir Ulfius. Je vous laisse le détail. Je vais parler de Sentilla. Mais Sentilla, en fait, le problème avec Sentilla, c'est qu'elle m'a dit oui, c'est lui qui a les clés, machin, je sais pas quoi. Tralali, tralala. Mais, ah merde, je pensais qu'il y avait des flèches. C'est pas grave.
Welcome. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no.
No, 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 no.
No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing?
That's the
What?
Why do you...
Please,
I'm sorry.
please, help. Thank...
You know about that? How is... Well, you don't understand. I don't want to hurt. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made... If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. Oh, really? That changes things, but we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Really? Wait. You'd do that for us? It seems today we're... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks.
Je l'ai sauvé, ça c'est bon. Ça m'aide pas plus que ça quand même. Toi, viens là, on va parler.
What do you do? I'm afraid not. I don't... If that... Oh, I see. There was a... Ah.
Je vais aller voir l'autre là, la menteuse. La escroqueuse. Merde, c'est là-haut. Ah, ensuite on descend. Est-ce que je peux la prendre dans ce sens? Je pense pas. C'est logique.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow
Scare
their
away my
trades,
customers.
imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a
Ah,
world
je vais le
of
voler,
your
hein.
own,
Je vais le
aren't
voler,
you?
je vais lui prendre ça, on verra. Tant pis. Ça va prendre la règle, mais c'est pas grave.
Ah, you're here.
And I hope I'm not being too...
Ouais, ouais, ouais.
How dare...
Oh, l'escroc. tac, tac, tac.
You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Hop là, hop là. Allez, Sentus, come on, come on, come on, faster. Il est désintégré quand même. Alors, c'est parti.
Salva.
Il faut empêcher Valia, il y a une mourante. Appuie sur le coin depuis le balcon et lui dire que tu seras bien.
How did you... All right, of course. I'll make sure this gets to... I'll go.
Ok. Donc on va lire un peu la note de d'Olfia, je sais pas quoi, d'Aurélia. Cher journal, c'est une journée à marquer d'une pierre blanche. J'ai gagné 1000 deniers en vendant une issue à une imbécile désespérée, un vrai jeu d'enfant. Évidemment, ce n'était probablement pas ce qu'elle espérait, mais la figure reste une issue. Ça lui apprendra à se moquer de ma coiffure. Et puis ça n'a pas enfreint la règle d'or, il faudra que je réussisse à l'occasion. Ok, c'est pas idée. Je vais aller récupérer 5000 deniers auprès de l'autre enfoiré.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant.
En flagrant délit là. Comme il est coutume de le faire, je commence à le rendre dans le match de Dieu, Vierge Rotine et Mérite dans l'honneur à en flagrant délit, je t'ai vu bouger la tête. Je reviens, je vais le toilette vite fait. Heureux.
Hey Virgil, how much would you want
Du
to
coup,
make me
bon,
a
faut
bow?
attendre qu'ils finissent leur conversation pour que je récupère les 5000.
I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
Greetings and salutations.
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, quel magnifique arc!
Well, nah. Oh, oh. What? Easy now. Can't you Wait. Don't even talk to me.
Ok. Par contre, j'aurais peut-être dû lui dire d'aller voir Ulfius avant, non? Galerius, t'as pas oublié un truc là? J'ai envie d'essayer de faire le truc de Scintilla là.
I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil. What?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Si.
Well,
Merde. Voilà. Là, il n'y en a plus d'autres, on est tranquille. Alors, avant d'aller là, je peux aller ici. Est-ce que je peux récupérer le pendentif? Du coup, je peux cumuler les pendentifs, ça peut servir de preuve comme quoi je peux dédoubler les objets. Donc, théoriquement, ça devrait leur suffire à me croire. Là, il y a ça. Est-ce qu'il y a... Ah! Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça là-bas? Merde. Un peu fort là. Je vais peut-être aller un peu fort. Oh mais putain, il y a plein de... Ok. Là, je suis déjà allé. Je suis déjà allé ici.
Ew. Thank you. Wait. What? No. You can't. Oh, thank you. Now follow. He's here. He must be coming in. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted man.
Ah oui, d'accord, ok.
Come now. one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one moment to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just a 6? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death by reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you could take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Oui, du coup, vu qu'il est mort, il a pas pu ouvrir le portail et du coup ça fait un paradoxe et me voilà sauvé.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, Really? I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty. But the last entry mentioned, it described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into... Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared. What? You're saying you were here... let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? This is disturbing. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's... Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe si je vais... Ah. Voilà. Je peux simplement pas. Ok, et là-haut, il est arrivé par là, j'ai pas le droit d'y aller. J'ai pas le droit d'y aller. Ouais, dans ce cas, on va...
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever... You go on ahead.
Bon, donc on a réussi la première fin.
You're back! But... you're... Ah, what a relief. Thank you so much. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carol, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the... Usually, when people do not remember, most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly. As you wish. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, a nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed. There was nothing you or your ally could... He died instantly at the scene, and that man's name, you were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some. And so it was... Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the well, those stories contained a seed of truth. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of... That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible. In light of the path you have chosen, I am just his servant. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coin... There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of my new friend here.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman.
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move...
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story. You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I... ferry...
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Donc fin 2 sur 4, ok, combien de personnes auraient vu sur la suite a été confronté Dieu des enfers. Oui, je compte bien le faire. Vraiment bien ce jeu hein, quand même. Et du coup on va pas s'arrêter là, on va aller chercher la suite. Hein. On va aller continuer, alors je vais voir ce que ça fait, nanana.
Oui.
Et...
I hate you.
Quoi?
You're back. There's no time. Wait. What? It's... You'll make...
Ok. Bon. J'hésite à essayer de parler à Galerius au début, de lui dire rassembler tout le monde près de la citerne, nanana. Est-ce que j'ai vraiment envie de faire ça ou est-ce que... Est-ce que j'ai vraiment envie de faire ça ou alors... Je sais pas vraiment de moyen en fait. Je sais pas ce qui va se passer en fait en faisant ça. Là, si je regarde, donc la règle d'or, découvrir qui est la personne la plus susceptible d'enfreindre la règle d'or et vous informer. Récupérer les 4 pas. Ah, c'est ça la tâche herculéenne. D'accord. Oui, pour confronter. Oui, c'est logique. C'est ça que je veux faire. Il me faut la dernière plaque, c'est Judy, mais pour avoir Judy, il faut que je trouve un moyen de forcer Maelus à se retirer de l'élection, mais pour ça il faut que je prouve que c'est Quintus. Ouais, en fait toutes celles qui restent, ça va, c'est ça en fait, dès que j'aurai malheureux, j'aurai de quoi convaincre les autres enfin, de se retirer, du coup il restera plus que Galerius et du coup voilà. Le truc c'est comment je peux m'assurer Exploite ses Kentus.
A new faith. It must be completed. It'll be. Why do you. I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd. Certainly. See you.
Certainly.
Welcome. Oh, shiny. Salve. All right.
Don't even.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a? Pourquoi il veut pas que je lui parle? Alors, tous les joyeux fils de Rome sont pour exécuter le pyromane et assassin Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, un citoyen ordinaire du quartier de l'Aventin à Rome. Il a entre 40 et 50 ans, il est de taille et de corpulence moyenne, il a des cheveux bruns et des yeux de couleurs différentes, un vert, un bleu. Il n'a pas de barbe, il fréquente des membres de sectes et est atteint de folie des grandeurs. Donc, ok. Le seul truc, c'est que il faut... alors, membre de secte, peut-être que c'est ça qui va m'aider. Si je retournais voir l'autre aussi, je sais pas ce qu'il... Ce qui est bizarre, c'est qu'il dit que depuis tout ce temps, il s'est enfermé ici et il s'en est sorti. Mais ce que je pige pas, c'est pourquoi là, quand la règle sans frein, ben, déjà il se fait buter. Il s'en sort pas cette fois-ci. Et comment il... Enfin, et surtout comment il s'en est sorti jusque là, sachant qu'il y a même des archères dans... là-dedans. Il y a Kabash.
Come and join me by the fire. Well... I was indeed, but we've never met before, have we? Oh, that's a relief. Huh, if I... You mean... I was a quarrelsome young man. Back then, it be... I fear that if you were to utter my generation was wiped. As you... I enjoyed...
Ah, ceci dit, j'ai trouvé Kabash. Je peux peut-être en parler à Georgius là. Kabash, il est en vie, il est juste un peu fou. Ouais, je t'entends, mais je sais pas où t'es. Hein. Je cherche toujours hein, depuis le début.
Ah, a fellow traveler from
Ah, fellow traveler.
That my I nothing. And my the have you oh aha. Of course, the first question any of us ask, and scaling the chasm wall is out of the... But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And see, the shaft is quite high. But if one gathered up enough wood, one... I admire your enthusiasm, my friend, but there was an attempt made. They even decided to keep records of their escape. They heard, so it's it. I hope...
Citizen.
A gold filling. That's a... of it. See you again soon.
Tu parles avec leur langue, c'est bien beau, mais pas parler tout court. Oh.
Be careful who you... Sorry, I'm
Ah putain, c'est lui, je
still
crois
a
que
bit
c'était
out of
Sentinel.
it. Galerius just saved... No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared. But I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went missing, so... I can't help you, I'm afraid. You mean my life story? Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. It was a good life for a while, until we must have had 100 work, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything. My employer told me to grab what valuables I could and flee for the Tiber. I remember diving into the river, and then... Thank you. If that's your idea of a...
Non.
I know what kind of person...
Mais t'es con ou quoi? Je t'ai sauvé la vie, tu me... Putain. Putain, I know what kind of person you are. Ouais, je t'ai sauvé la vie. Voilà. C'est pour ça que tu me remercies. Super. Bravo. Et cette porte, c'est quoi? Putain, je sais pas. Toi, tu fais partie des chrétiens là. Tu m'en dis plus au sujet de Quinctius là.
Salve, friend.
Oui, je sais.
That's good. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. Well, we've all been waiting. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. Please, there was a... Ah.
Trouvez-moi. Ouais, mais trouvez-toi. Ah non, attendez. Là, c'est pas pété. Il faut que le fus il meure. Ah, d'accord, ok. Ouais, il faut. Je suis désolé, mais il faut que le fus il meure. Parce il crée un trou dans le sol, il faut que j'aille voir le trou. C'est vrai que tout à l'heure, j'ai pas pensé à aller regarder. Parce que peut-être que dans le trou, justement, il y a un truc. On apprend quelque chose sur Malleus. Là, c'est que pour une bourse, on s'en fout. On va passer par là. Plus rapide. Perçoit en carton, quoi. Papier mâché, même. Je peux peut-être essayer de confronter Sentius. Je sais pas ce qui va se passer. Lui, je lui ai plus reparlé, la Domitius. Peut-être que j'aille le voir.
All weapons are to be tossed into... What is it? Not that it's any unfoot. See them and send this. I suppose it is. All right.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a... I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Quit. Oh, I see. Well, it was worth a try. Thank you. Oh. Oh. What? You should...
We're finally... Wait, is that... Seems... me? You know, you remind... Al. Come now. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memory. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. He was a moralist, and because of that fatal flaw, I watched him come through the portal each time. Always, and when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He dragged... The next time I awoke, I mean, you've lived through the 7 months, and it... because there's no escape. So... Why? And why would I... You might want to think that through. If anyone so much... The only way you're getting this key. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here. Oh, you and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about... Understand that to me, you've never been anything more. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die. What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored.
Mais là, du coup, il est au courant que je sais. Et à vitam aeternam, vu que il subit pas le wipe.
Citizen.
Mariolus isn't...
Tu n'as rien à me dire, c'est intéressant. Je ne sers absolument à rien. On va aller voir sa femme. Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose à en tirer en fait? Est-ce que c'est pas elle qui aurait des aveux à faire ou quoi que ce soit? Qui êtes-vous? Qu'est-ce que vous voulez?
Talk. An intriguing... Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. You know, I may have the very thing. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. I confronted him about it. I let it go, eventually, and yet... But... What...
La vraie raison c'est ça, mais... Je sais pas qui j'ai affaire en face, on va essayer ça.
Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent... It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the But first, I want you to bring me some wine. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, after all I've done for him, counseling him through... He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a man. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I am so... You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked, because there's barely any left in the city? So... Thank you.
Quelqu'un qui son ami Claudia, un temps, j'ai été désespéré à l'idée de rester coincé ici pour le reste de mes jours, puis je vous ai rencontré, j'ai découvert aussi longtemps que je serai à vos côtés, je serai exactement à ma place, de simples mots ne sauraient exprimer toute l'affection que je vous porte, j'ai donc décidé d'accomplir un acte symbolique. Pour en votre honneur, je vais devenir le magistrat de cette cité pour le gouvernement avec force et sagesse avec vous à mes côtés.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... Give me that immediately. What? No. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. I curse you. I curse your life and mind. This is outrageous.
Mais non. Ah, je sais ce qu'il a fait.
Domitius doesn't... My name is Mark. You... I like... What? That... Why? I suppose that makes you... So... Oh, so much work and money. Fine. Ruling this cesspit of us, I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release the... There! You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and...
Pas de ça. Ok, maintenant il faut que je laisse Galerius.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Allez, bouge-toi. Elle est passée où, merde?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
All weapons
Citizens,
are to be tossed into
I
the
have
chasm.
an announcement.
Magistrate's orders.
Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Arve. Well, why do you... Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous and decent
Fear
man
is
after...
proof of a degenerate mind.
Certainly. See you...
What now? No. All right.
Allez, faut que je convainque tout le monde maintenant. Ils sont où, merde?
You look well, my... Hello. Gal... But of course... I hope...
You're back. All right.
Bon, elle va voter Galerius, du coup, c'est sûr. Il y avait pas un truc là, ouais.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, don't even talk.
Et toi. Allez.
Ah, a new face. I hear. Galerius, definitely. All right. Nice to.
Et donc j'aurais juste à attendre qu'il y ait de lui. Je ne peux pas bouger. Je sais que tu peux pas bouger. T'es bloqué quelque part. Voilà.
Just a...
Elle voudra pas parler, je crois.
Ah, you're here. And... Oh.
Ok, t'as rien d'intéressant à dire. La plaque grecque, je l'ai trouvée là déjà. Je peux pas la récupérer. Qui on a d'autres là? Moi je pense qu'on est bon, hein. On a Ulfius et tout, il s'est fait sauver par Galerius, donc théoriquement on a tout ce qu'il faut. Hop, hop, hop. Faut que je recommence, non pas que je recommence une boucle, j'aille voir l'autre, que je déclenche les élections. Et normalement c'est Galerius qui finit son boulot. Du coup il y a Judy qui va se faire sortir, qui va se faire libérer de prison. Et grâce à ça,
Don't believe a word they... Shalom, friend. You mean... But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my... That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and every road leading out of Rome was in chaos. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing It's strange though because I still had my purse on me. A lot of good it did me. I don't. Well, neither. You remind... Obliging? Of course. Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleola. Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but I think he's more...
Mais non, mais tu es con, il t'a sauvé la vie.
Sentius. Galerius. All right.
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce truc? Ok, ça va pas marcher, que j'ai compris. Ça va pas marcher parce que justement... en fait j'ai dit à lui de libérer les deux. Donc du coup il n'est pas considéré comme sauvé. Ça me quoi. Elle est où? Elle est là. Allez, on va démarrer l'élection, on va recommencer la boucle, je pense qu'on n'a pas le choix. Où est l'élection? La l'élection peut commencer, oui.
Well, I wouldn't describe... very...
Allez, je t'ouvre la porte, tiens. Bon, raté.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
C'est là l'élection. Ce qui est bizarre, c'est que c'est à cause de l'autre, de Malleolus, parce qu'il condamne lui à mort que ça démarre, mais du coup comment lui il arrive jusqu'à là-bas pour... La règle est enfreinte, donc ça veut dire que lui est mort, qu'il a été tué, de par sa condamnation. Et dans ce cas, s'il a été tué, comment il fait pour ouvrir le portail là-bas? C'est bizarre. Donc lui ça va être Sentius, lui c'est Galerius, lui je sais pas, lui Sentius du coup, lui Sentius, lui Galerius normalement. Ah, 3 Sentius, 3 Galerius.
As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call...
Et je crois que j'ai plus de fiole en fait. Si, j'ai toujours la résine de... Ah ouais, je l'ai.
For your vote, I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who...
Ah, ça y est, d'accord.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helvan.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Ok, bon, ça a marché. Elle, il faut que je sache comment faire, hein. Je sais pas du tout.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Oh, thank you. You can, maybe you can help me find my friend
Don't you
Hannah.
just love
But
springtime?
before that, he told me if anything ever. He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. Please help me find it. Please. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high. Hannibal said. Oh, look over.
Maybe it is treasure.
I can see it for myself.
Voilà.
And it's just lying out here.
Magistrat Nana, sujet de votre incorrigé comportement, intrudeur perdu, oui, ça j'ai déjà lu.
Salve again? How is it possible that you've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Aïe, aïe. C'est quoi, c'est Sentius qui a tué tout le monde parce qu'il a pas été élu, c'est ça? Bon, de toute façon j'ai eu la plaque, c'était le plus important. Je vais aller voir ce qu'il y a en haut. Là-bas ça m'intrigue aussi ce qu'il y a. Ça m'étonne qu'il n'y ait rien du tout. Je vais aller à la citerne supérieure. Parce qu'effectivement il y a une porte que j'ai pas pu ouvrir. On va aller voir ce qu'il y a là-bas. Une fois qu'on a fait ça... Ah, je voulais laisser... Ouais, on fait. Je vais sauvegarder une première fois. Ça, on va le faire. Ensuite on va faire ça. Et là je veux pas lui parler à lui. Merde, tu vois, je... Ça. Alors, il faut que vous empêchiez pas ça, oui. Ça, tu peux le faire aussi, c'est pas très gênant.
Yulia.
Alors, je veux pas purée qui purge la dette.
I'll go, but once I'm...
Je veux pas qu'il purge la dette parce que j'aimerais que plus saute, je suis désolé, mais... C'est important. Pourquoi il est plus là-haut?
On your best behavior, I trust? How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Hey! You're not thinking about
Si,
going into
allez,
the system,
tais-toi.
are you? Well,
Tant pis pour moi, exactement. Ouais. Ah! Ah, c'est ça, ok, putain, d'accord. Oui, du coup, maintenant que j'ai la clé, je peux faire partir tout le monde en fait. Prendre ce qui est bien, c'est que j'arrive là, voilà. Il faut que je le fasse sauter. Je vais bien, merci.
All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S. What?
That's...
What?
Why do you...
Please.
I'm sorry.
Please. I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. Your life's in... Are you really... I see. Well...
I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I'll have to... And I...
Ok. Là, voilà, ça fait un trou, on va aller voir en bas ce qu'il y a. Désolé, hein, c'est une manière un peu brutale pour faire ça. Mais... Il y a une tyrolienne. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas la même tyrolienne de l'autre côté? Parce que ce serait plus rapide d'aller par là, non? Ouais, je pense. Je sais pas en fait, je dis ça, mais j'en sais rien. Ouais, ouais, si. Ah, allez hop.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Il y a des flèches au passage. Ah bah si, je peux faire ça, c'est ça.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Thank you. Thank you. I am
Ah, c'est tout?
deeply honored to have been.
Alors ça vaut aucun intérêt en fait. Ok.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dimitri. So much work. Fine. I'll have Domitius there.
Bon allez, on va aller confronter l'autre.
Citizen.
C'était ça avant. Le truc chelou, ensuite l'égyptien, ensuite le grec et le... Ah mais je l'appelle comment? Nergal. Il s'appelle pas Pluton. Enfin, il s'avère que c'est tous les mêmes noms. C'est quoi le problème? Ce n'est plus très loin. Ah mais d'accord, en fait elle est là. Oui d'accord, ok. Hadès, là on est en Égypte, donc il va falloir appeler Osiris. Oui, elles sont là, elles encore. Là, ça sera Nergal. D'accord, ok. J'en étais sûr. C'est l'histoire à la Torgal, quoi, c'est pareil, c'est... C'est toi?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I be known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your... You are unlike the others, and what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so that there will be time for your... First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy... My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals. Not your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. To just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we... This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your question. As you... It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind. to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, of course believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly, after another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundation. To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that my subjects would... To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the pharaoh. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coin. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place, to be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them... Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. In a series of... a warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it. That is a story dating back to the very first wave, after the Sumerians finished building their city. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, and to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about mine. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you fought, and so you ask, if I am the one destroying, you destroy yourselves. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to... No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever come. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what the Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Enough. You clearly. I'm able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? Ah, the tavern keeper, yes. I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intended. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold. Then your desire to be right outweighs. You will make it. You will. dare you threaten her? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. You vile, despicable creature.
Ah ouais, mais c'est trop chaud. Ah putain. Mais d'accord, faut que je prenne la couronne et je me casse. Ouah, c'est chaud. Putain, faut tout que je reprenne là, c'est dur. Ah la 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 la.
But he... Of course. That... And... I've always...
Voilà, c'est ça qui est important.
I've... No, this should be... It is yet... Enough. You... I'm... Ah, yeah. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is... Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done... Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should... Now tell me, what others... The merchant. How is that in... I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of... Applying this rule always... Not if we're wise... Now tell me. Ah. I did... Apply... Now tell... You speak of the moneylender. How is that in... And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms... Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. This is interesting. I see. And how long might it take such a... I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman. Now tell... The midwife and the palace, yes. How is that in... The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves.
Ouais, je fais toutes les options, mais la véritable réponse, c'est ce qu'il a fait à sa femme, quoi.
No concern of mine. Now tell me.
Je vais pas écouter ce qu'il a dit.
The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. They are forsaken. Now tell... Abduction? You mean the magistrate? He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Now tell... Do you honestly think you... I should strike you down for... Now, did you have any... That is... I don't... This should... Egypt, the Greek, the Roman, even the so... It is... Huh. I've always... We both know that. I've always agreed. Yet. Enough.
Et si tu enfermais ta femme?
Do you plan to speak? Abduct you, then your desire you will make. How dare you threaten her?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Jump. Merde, c'était pas prévu ça. J'allais voir Senjus, pourquoi? Merde, c'était pas prévu ça. C'est qu'il fallait juste que j'aille au portail. C'est lui qui a bugué là. Ah, c'est quoi la quête? Suivre Senjus jusqu'au sanctuaire, persuader le dieu des enfers, abolir la règle d'or. Un paradoxe temporel. Ah mais non, putain, ils m'ont baisé. C'était bien ça qu'il fallait faire. Parce que le marqueur il s'est pas mis à jour. Putain. Allez, comment?
Some?
What? That's a big ask.
Ça c'est la première fin, j'imagine. Par contre la citerne dorée du coup elle est tout là-haut. Faut que j'y aille.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
cisterne, ouais, c'est là-bas. Je crois. Si je dis pas de bêtises, c'est ça. Est-ce que j'ai toujours... Alors, est-ce que j'ai toujours mes items? Clé de la citerne supérieure, j'ai toujours ça. J'ai plus les plaques par contre. J'espère qu'elles sont juste en place. Je sais pas quoi en faire. Ça me fout les boules. Ah, je me suis trompé.
Ah.
Fallait que je sauve l'autre avant. Mais merde, putain. Là, il va dire, mais il dit ah nanani nanana. Putain, je suis fané. J'ai raté.
That's the... No, I'm out. Wherever you are.
Mais merde, fais chier.
I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
Je redémarre. On s'en fout, allez, ciao. Est-ce que je me suicide? Qu'est-ce que je fais? Les plaques sont toujours là. On va savoir. Oui, parce qu'en fait, du coup, il faut que j'aille voir Fabia, que je lui dise tout ça, machin, que je sauve, que je libère les deux, et puis qu'après on se taille tous. Mais merde, hein, fais chier. Que je sauve elle, que je Rufus et compagnie là. Eh, mierda, mierda. Bon, ok. Vu que j'ai tout foiré, ce qu'on va faire, c'est que je vais voler. Toi, je vais t'arnaquer. La 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 la, c'est bon, voilà. Ça va marcher.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Il a pas prévenu tout le monde ici. Je crois pas. Ça avait pas l'air de marcher. Je pense qu'ils sont tous fait. Banana. 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 Je peux pas? Le truc. Oui, d'accord, j'ai compris ce qu'il fallait faire. Je viens de piger ce qu'il fallait faire. Il fallait juste faire la quête de Scintilla, mais avec tout le monde de sauver. Allez, on s'en va vite. Non, putain. Chut. On va refaire. Ok. Cette fois, ça devrait être la bonne pour la première fin. La deuxième fin, après, il faudra refaire, mais aller voir directement l'autre. Le Pluton. Voilà. Toi. Ah, blablabla. La règle devra bientôt être enfin. Il faut que vous trouviez tout le monde sauf Sentius. Ok. Moi, Là, j'utilise ça. Je vais vite sauver Fabia. Et l'autre aussi, je lui donne un remède.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Allez, abrège. Ok, un. Ensuite, faut que j'aille aider Fabien.
Thank. What?
Et l'autre qui arrive, voilà.
Stop right there. Thank you.
Voilà, ça c'est fait. On va filer à l'autre les remèdes, on va voir Ulpius. Il est où l'autre là? Bon, je vais voir Ulpius maintenant. Ah, il est là.
Yeah. And what? I am to. I have nothing.
Mais non, putain. Ah, fait chier. C'est laquelle? C'est celle-là. Faut tout refaire. Parce que je me suis trompé de conversation. On va vouloir aller vite. Je fais n'importe quoi. Allez, salut Mister. Voilà. Hop. Là, je fais ça. Ah, on cavale.
Greetings and salutations.
Voilà, allez s'il te plaît, monte. Monte s'il te plaît, merci. Ah, toi. Tiens, j'ai le Sigu, cherche pas à comprendre. Allez, pas le temps. On fera le bala. Ah, blablabla. Je m'en occupe immédiatement, n'entrez pas là-dedans, faites-moi confiance, allez hop, cavale. L'autre arrive. Ah, je cherche King Tu, dites-moi où il est, blablabla. Je l'ai vu rentrer là-bas. Allez hop. Là, on va voir Rufus. On va lui donner son médicament.
Lainsgrove. What?
Voilà, on va voir Ulpius. Est-ce qu'il faut que j'aille voir le magistrat, l'autre là en bas, pour lui dire vous avez fait ci, vous avez fait ça, ou on s'en bat les steaks? C'est ça que je me pose comme question.
Well,
Et pourquoi il faut à chaque fois parler à elle? Je vais bien, merci, allez, ciao.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Non, ne fais pas ça.
No. Orpheus.
That's the.
What?
You. Well. Oh, really? Really? You...
Ça c'est fait. Bon, je vais faire une save maintenant. C'est quoi? C'est celle-là? Hop, voilà. Ah mais Julie, il est pas... je l'ai pas sauvé encore, merde. Je sauve Julie. Il faut qu'il soit élu magistrat, merde. Et non, mais du coup, il peut pas être élu magistrat si c'est... Et qu'il a pas sauvé les autres. Comment ça marche, cette merde? Comment je peux sauver Julie, là? Bon, écoutez, on va essayer là, cette sortie, on verra ce que ça donne après. Moi, il y a un problème. Donc, je vois pas comment je vais sauver Julie.
How did you know? Wait, he's here. You must be distracted. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Oh, mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait là?
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? By reliving the same day over and over again.
On a déjà eu cette conversation.
And I will continue living long after your dust.
Allez, proche pour me passer ça.
What? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you could take on a Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on! We have to go! The others should be right behind us. Hey! What's happening to you? That light, it...
Allez, come on, come on, come on, come on. Depuis le début, tout ce que j'avais à faire, c'était tuer le... C'est vrai que je suis con d'un autre côté. C'était évident. En fait, je peux démarrer le jeu, tuer le bousin, et c'est fini. Tuer Senjus et ça y est, le paradoxe est créé, je m'en vais.
Hi there. Give me a bit of a fray. Okay.
Du coup, je sais pas si Julie a été sauvée dans cette histoire.
Why don't you... Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You... It means...
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time. No, suppose I know how.
Maybe not.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take
Ouais, voilà, le problème c'est Julie, donc comment je peux
try
le
to
faire?
show others the same compassion you showed us. We promise you that saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
Sounds like you...
Comment est-ce que je peux faire ça? Fin numéro 3 sur 4. Ah, mais j'en ai 2. J'ai la 2 et la 3, ok. Donc il me manque la 4 et la 1. La 4, j'imagine que c'est celle que je vais m'apprêter à faire là à l'instant. Escape. Charger une partie, c'est laquelle? C'est pas celle-là. C'est laquelle? Ça va être celle-là, j'imagine. Je vais quand même charger celle-là.
Salve, friend.
Salve. Elle a toujours la couronne? Ouais, elle a toujours sa couronne.
And here, Nergal to the Cimmerians, Osiris, but the one that they would. I would recognize that anywhere, and yet, my beloved, you vile, despicable creature. You have put me. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium, humiliated and alone. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she. Because despicable creatures like you have no place there. Mike, the best I can do is return you to the... I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you... Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, But that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the matter. Now, you had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Pas la même fin cette fois-ci.
Oh! Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here I am. Know who you are. I barely remember. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than it, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god... Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? What? Oh, I see. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city.
Ça c'est le Styx. Intéressant. Ah mais Charon, il est encore là?
You're back.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Bah non, c'est bon, j'ai toutes mes réponses. Hein.
You can... That you died, of course. My rule. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this.
Donc là, ça va être K.
Look! Here comes Al now. Ow!
Kinda lost track of... And there was...
Sounds like what... You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to...
And you?
Ah, un an plus tard, what? D'accord, donc ça c'est la vraie fin.
Hey, I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about... After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember. I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're gonna be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you'd better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, I'm just teasing. Actually,
Oh, hello.
and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact... See...
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. I live at Galerius and
It's you.
Equitia's house. They look after me now. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. Bye-bye.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you. And of course, getting me. And... Oh, I bet I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, Did you know there are entire continents Rome never... And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so... I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, after the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me. I can't help feeling a sense of... What? Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, even in your time. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him. Nigeria? Some people... Well, you are the Oracle. Huh. You too. I hope so.
Long time. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in as you can. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were sad. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world. You too.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. I'm living up north and studying in the military. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from... Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking. The ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. In the words of Epictetus, as those who remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions. Thanks. He's not my... he had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of supposed appeal to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some... But his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You're not wrong. And you...
I take it you're the Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentient. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern, but he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing eternal torment. Just what... Then I suppose... You too.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. We have. I'm sorry, I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now and it seems I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the... Not that I need the money, but I do love being a... My sincere...
Greetings. You must be the legendary oracle.
Hello.
It is a... I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from here. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once, perhaps, one day. Once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her... I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced... You too...
You're here. It's so good. I'm just so happy. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at me. Thank you. You?
Il y avait tant de monde que ça. J'étais 23, mais...
You're here. It's so lovely. But thank you. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Watching you persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I just want to spend the rest of my life. Thank you. And... Wonderful.
Good evening. Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for... I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. She still Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the... And you...
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. You must be... Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it was whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy... Most gracious of you. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money... In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the Oracle and Future Seer and all that. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no... Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I... Of course, Daniel.
Bonne idée, lui, ça va pas la tête.
It is an honor to find... Oh, of course. You are an orc. I too would like to offer my thanks for release. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fish. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me. Indeed. Thank you.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now.
Hi.
I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. You can try some of our very own... Thanks.
Good to see you under better circumstances than last time. I wanted the way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from... I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed. Every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, so we're living each day to the fullest. Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which, and I... Thank you. You too.
Good to see you. Of course, although I think your people have a dip. Sorry, I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very... haven't decided. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once... I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic, you natives of the 21st century have no idea. You too, as Rufus. If you're ever in the Netherlands...
Plaque sur laquelle est écrit « Tous doivent emprunter cette voie jusqu'où les lois du jour laissent le vertueux entrer au paradis dans cette cité souterraine. La faim vorace de l'avare rassasiée sur les rives de ce cours d'eau, mais en vain, car nul ne repart de cet endroit. »
There you are. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. And now, I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you for I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly, to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine. And you. Although it feels like... Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those gold... Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Ok, bon, j'ai 2, 3, 4, et la 1, je pense que c'est juste de tuer le... Tuer Sentius, je vais essayer. Oui, oui, oui. Je vais essayer ça. Ah merde, du coup je vais me retaper tous les chargements là. Ouais, j'ai bien peur que... Ah, tous les chargements, tout le début en fait. C'est un peu chiant. Et on se réveille directement au bord de la rivière, pas à côté de Carré. Hey, salut Caron.
Well, it's nice to... Really? You know, I oh. What? Great. Thank.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city. Hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain. For this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems that to whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all.
Oh. No.
Ixion turns.
Fear is proof of a degenerate life. The only thing you really need to understand right now.
We're finally in. Well, I'm not. And it. Oh. Ah. One. What is that thing, and why are you pointing? Don't be so foolish. If you kill me, allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the code, to illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to... If you manage to succeed in saving our life, the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If either of those things were to happen, I am given... Indeed. Thank you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Well. Really? Oh, God.
A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people.
I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were pro peccata union. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Et voilà. C'est bien ça. Ah mais du coup, pourquoi on est bloqué? On peut toujours partir, non? C'est vrai que j'aurais peut-être dû écouter ce qu'il disait. Bon, tant pis. Whatever. Bon, on a fini le jeu, c'était bien cool. C'était vraiment bien cool.